Yeah. It doesn't even feel good to turn it down. What? Hello? Sup? What do we got today? What's good, guys? Joe Lyon with the first today. Sup, Molly? What's 130 stream streak from Molly? Thank you. Holy. What's up, Gerzuvi? Snowblade? Not my own. Schubert. Joe with the 160 stream streak. This is crazy. This is crazy, man. These streaks. God damn. When the beasties are boys. And why they're boy? And for why? This TikTok thing seems oddly familiar. I do have quite the obsession with clocks, so I could see that being a familiar thing. My brain is wiped. So I don't remember. Yo, not my own. 165 consecutive streams. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. Drop. Huge streaks going on here, man. Thank you guys. For real. It's crazy. I mean, a lot of you have obviously the redeems to show that you've got maybe not a streak, but you've been here a lot. Some of you got 400 gifts of the circle, maybe more. So if only I can give people custom streaks on Twitch with these numbers, you know? 332 on top of the 160. It's crazy. It truly is. I hope everyone enjoyed their Community Wednesday experience yesterday. We played some Mecha Chameleon. It was honestly really fun. It was a lot of fun. However, when I think about it, I don't know if it's worthy to be a weekly thing unless there are new maps released every week. That will suffice for 4 hours or more. We actually went for longer yesterday. I didn't even realize. No! Dexter's not ill. This is my title yesterday. My title was like, it's of the opinion of the entire class, or the entire staff, that Aiko's criminally insane. No, play something else. Different music, come on. Come on. It won't load any other music. We're cooked. We're gonna be listening to this again. And we might only listen to this for the entire stream. Excellent. Mine got delted. That's because you got duped for no reason, Snowblade 103. I think we could do one map a lot more. I think the only map no one wanted to do again was the Family Guy one. I agree. But I feel like if we do it next week, which we could, because we did repo for 4 weeks in a row, for God's sake. So, if you'll vote, by the way, check the Discord in community thing, in the Community Wednesdays, and vote, if you haven't already, on the poll. It's between repo and Mecha Chameleon, really. However, something to note. Berglund Gnomes is now on the R2 mod manager thing. So, something worth considering is if you vote other, we might play Berglund Gnomes instead. It is on R2 mod man. I am okay with playing whatever next week. I really don't mind. But I feel like some people told me in DMs that it's true. If we play Mecha Chameleon every week, we might run out of like new maps eventually. Even though a lot of maps are fun, like the Minecraft mod I enjoyed, but I feel like at the end of the day, the ideas are going to be the same. Most people went for foliage. Most people went for foliage. My favorite thing about the Minecraft map is when people make things that are so obvious but somehow don't get caught. And I'm only saying that from the perspective of someone that was spectating. If I was hunting someone, I probably wouldn't have noticed Rose making the cactus on the tree or whatever it was. I probably wouldn't have even noticed it. I really don't think I would have. And that's the funny part. But I suck. I found that I suck at that game in most perspectives, in most... I like that it doesn't even show Juice and Sour's name in that aspect right there. It just shows the emote. So if someone only posts an emote, the chat flies by without the name. Very interesting. Very. You guys took forever to find me? Oh yeah, you were on top of the tree. Yeah, I remember. Damn. Raw meat tastes pretty good, guys. I will not be adding context to that. I actually have to go through that entire VOD and find some funny moments, make some clips. And then evidently become shorts. Yes, yes. So mad about the turtle. Honestly, we should just ban Yuland from these events. No, it's really funny because he literally could not spectate you. He didn't see you. And that made it so much funnier to me. I was like, there's no way this guy just said this. I didn't even know there was a turtle there. We need to clip the turtle moment. I mean, I didn't... We could. I just don't know if I even saw you guys shooting Cairo. I guess in the sake of context with like text over it, yeah, I could do that. There are so many good moments from yesterday. I just have to go through the VOD. I was laughing too much, and I don't have the old feature where it, like, highlights an area, a section for me to go back to. I wonder if I can re-add that. Let's see. Maybe they fixed it. Create stream marker. Okay. It might work. It might. I don't know. It may work, it may not. What's up, Gurksuvi? What's up, Not My Own? What's up, Nor Princess? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Hope we're doing well. Hope everyone had a good rest of their Wednesdays. Now we've entered the Thursday day. Maybe I should start recording so I can give my POV to certain moments. Hey, if anyone ever wants to do that for the sake of it. Listen, multiple perspectives are also great. They really are. A Honda Civic in this economy? That is crazy, considering how great a Honda Civic is. Hey, man. Hey, Ghost, man. How you doing, man? Hey, man. How you doing, man? Glorp. That's right. They have returned. Week ending soon? Hell yeah. America's about to have a real long weekend. You know, we're gonna be shooting fireworks. I'll be damned. July the 4th, am I right? Am I right? Anime Expo 2026. There's gonna be a Neurosama figure. What? Guys. Oh no. I just saw this post. I saw this post.
Deek.
Guys. Domino's Pizza UK official statement. No.
Deek.
In response to trends in the gaming industry, as of 1st April 2027, Domino's UK will cease production of physical pizzas and shift to production of digital pizzas only. Consumers will be able to download our full range of delicious pizza codes and, using the power of imagination, enjoy them in an entirely virtual sense. I hope it's cooked. There's so many good ones. That one's pretty good. I respect it. Dude, they're frying. Dude, I wonder if Sony will, like, undo their decision because of this. Probably not, right? Probably not, right? Well, no, they don't need to cook the pizzas. God, you're right. They don't even have to. The Sony disc memes have been great. It's really good, honestly. Gotta take a few megabytes out of them Zazas. I want a 5 terabyte pizza. Dude, oh my god, the Cyberpunk, everything about Cyberpunk would be true. The most realistic sci-fi video game of all time. Can you imagine? Is Sony Arasaka? Could this be it? Sony has taken away any chances of a new Bloodborne. Sony has obliterated what was left of Destiny 2. This is crazy. About to be. Every corpo is Arasaka. 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 The 55.4 yottabyte zip pizza. Oh, God. Mmm. Delicious. A bunch of games on the PSP store and PS3 store that are going to be lost media now. You know, this is the true beginning. The true beginning of emulation and pirating. That I, as a streamer, do not condone, but I cannot stop you from searching for a girl that is fit. Really fit. And really attractive. Yes. The Great Pirate Era. One Piece is real. Pirates of the Caribbean is real. And Cyberpunk 2077 is a real thing now. One step closer, ladies and gentlemen, to a dystopian society. I've been working out, though I'm still a newbie. Hell yeah. I do a little bit here and there, mostly lifting weights. The One Piece is not real. Don't say that. And I'm coming from me, who I don't even like One Piece as I mean, I don't care about One Piece, is what I should say. Try to do more stretching as well. I should, because my lower back hurts for no reason. On the right side. Because of working out. So is GameStop going to be a Nintendo and Funko Pop store now? Please don't say Funko Pop. Have we really fallen this far as a society that GameStop is going to be Nintendo and Funko Pop? Do you think GameStop is even going to accept like old physical copies of games? What if you bring in like a PS2 game? Do you still think they'll accept them? Do you think they'll give you $5 for like mint quality for $3? But they're, oh man. Oh man. Hello Johan, what's going on, man? Did you know that on this day in 1992, the 1 millionth Chevy Corvette rolls off the assembly line in Bowling Green, Kentucky, swallowed by a sinkhole? There into the 2014, the sports car has since been restored to its former glory. Damn. Damn. I really should pick up this song again to practice. If I could do Shine On You Crazy Diamond from start to finish, I should be able to play this song just fine. This is one of my favorite songs by Pink Floyd. Certainly one of my favorites. I love Echoes. I don't know which one is my favorite. It's so hard with Pink Floyd. Normally I can name like my favorite songs by an artist, but Time, Money, I'm going through the Comfortably Numb is like top 3 for sure, but I just don't know. I just don't know. Wish You Were Here. All of the Shine On You Crazy Diamonds. It's not showing all of the albums for some reason, and my brain's forgetting some stuff. I love Echoes. That is 23 minutes of just fantastic. Truly. Adam Hart Mother. Bro, that's another 23 minutes and 42 seconds of just amazing. Game sells on eBay for $300. Yeah, I can give you about $250. Yeah, no, seriously. I saw my friend has an original copy of hold on, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember the name. Oh my god, it just got a remake recently. It's a horror game with like a photo camera. I can't remember its name for some reason. It's two twins. Japanese. Fatal Frame. Oh my god. I couldn't remember for my brain was thinking Silent Hill. I'm like, it's not Silent Hill, man. It's not Silent Hill. Fatal Frame. He had an OG mint copy of the like first Fatal Frame from Japan. And I think GameStop literally offered like $20, which wow, record-breaking offer. I think you can get it on eBay for like $500. I think it goes for like $500. He also has the PlayStation that's like see-through. Oh my god, I want that PlayStation so bad. It's the PS2 and it's completely see-through. And it's a Japan exclusive. Oh man. Shine On You Crazy Diamond parts 1 through 5 is probably and forever will be the best starting track to an album ever. It's hard to deny that. It really is. I'm a Run Like Hell fan. First edition sealed Spiral limited edition PS1. I'll give you $5. I wonder what the logic is. I really do. Actually, my first ever real application to a working place was Hot Topic, and my second one was to Best Buy. Because before that, I just got jobs and I didn't have to do any like. I didn't have to apply. I didn't have to. They were just like hand me down jobs, literally. My first job was cleaning at a demolition company. Then there was the waiter, catering, whatever, restaurant stuff. And I only got in there because my friend was like, hey, we really need people desperately. And I was like, oh, okay. So I show up and they're like, when can you start? And I'm like, whenever. And they're like, all right, see you this weekend. I'm like, okay, great. And then my real estate thing was my aunt was working there, and there was supposed to be an interview process. I showed up, I sat down. The boss walked in, didn't say a single word to me for like 30 minutes, finally turned to me and was like, how fast can you type? And I'm like, pretty fast. Pretty fast. And she's like, okay, great. What's your schedule looking like? I'm like, my classes are on Tuesdays and Thursdays. He's like, oh, so you can do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm like, yep. All right, great. See you this Monday. I'm like, all right, amazing, amazing, amazing. So I lucked out quite a lot when it came to job stuff back in the day. But some of your typing skill, her. But yes. On Monday, that following Monday when I showed up, she made me type out an email, and she was quite the fast. Sorry, my brain just blanked. But yeah, I did. I did in fact. She was a fast speaker, and yeah. What's up, Scott? Welcome in. Welcome in. I just dissociated for a second. I had something in my mind. I'm like, what the hell? Welcome in. Michael Braden go Burr. Yeah. I saw a name pop up on Twitch on my other monitor. I'm like, huh, interesting. And I just everything just I went on like a trip. But yeah, I'm a fast typer. Pretty fast. In uni version 1, I had a course that was literally just computer basics, and we had to do typing. It was part of it. It was like keyboarding, essentially. And I don't follow the ASDF JKL colon semicolon, you know, the typical typing methodology. I could play stuff on drums. Hell yeah. Drums are sick. And I think the fastest type recorded was 62, and then there was mine at 120 something. And my professor went up to me and she was like, how'd you learn to type like that? I'm like, do I say gaming or do I say real estate? And I took the easy way out and I said, my boss types really or talks really fast, and I have to type it out every single time. I took the easy way out. I didn't say that I learned to type because of RuneScape. Think it was the right decision. In any case, I found that a lot of my friends have like super Omega streamer setups with like super good PCs, super good microphones, you know, podcast quality, whatever. And about 2 years ago, I learned that they all downgrade themselves by getting webcam microphones or like really poor quality headset microphones for their jobs. And I was wondering why. And then I thought about it a little bit and I was like, yeah, you know, if you show up to your job with a super good quality microphone and like maybe it's an interview or something, man, that might be awkward. They're gonna ask you like, why do you have such a good quality microphone? And you're gonna have to be like, what do you say? I'm a streamer. Oh, I used to stream. That's so awkward. Oh man. Oh man. I'm only at like 61 words from the average. That was like my prime. Like I could hit 130 effortlessly with like 95% accuracy. I don't think I could do that anymore, in all honesty. Maybe if I sit there and do it for a good enough amount of time, maybe. But I can probably hit 100, maybe if I really lock in. Here, Alien Raccoon, and why I am. I saw Johan last night before I went to bed in Chris's chat. And then Chris continued to stream until... What time was it? 8 in the morning. 8 in the morning. Just on my work laptop and on my personal keyboard. Oh, that's a monumental difference. I'm not even gonna, like... I don't know how fast I can type on anything that isn't my keyboard. I have a comfort to it. Look, if I go through a whole video interview and they somehow think I can talk well enough to be either a streamer or a cam girl, that's on them. Wait, you're right. I think my friend just said they do a podcast, which is fine. I feel like, why would they question you for doing a podcast? They might ask you more, though, afterwards. They're like, what's the podcast? Gotta go a few minutes later. Understandable. It's a bit more normal for you and Chewy to be there at that hour. That was like 3 a.m. for me, almost. But I was prepared to go to bed. I was already prepped to go to the sleeping universe. I need to fix my sleep. I really do. I need to stop going to bed at 3 in the morning. It's bad. It is so not very good. I need a hard reset. Please. Can I join you in that universe? Yeah. Yeah, I guess you can. We can like do glow in the dark stickers under the sheets. Wait, no, what was the meme? Damn, what was the meme? From like, it's like, oh, what are we gonna do under the sheets? And you go underneath and it's like something glow in the dark, right? Was that it? Oh, I don't remember. Oh yeah, glow in the dark dinosaurs. That's what it was, yeah. 9 a.m. It's like a normal human time, I think, probably. Play Game Boy. But with the squiggly light. Oh my god. I have my Game Boy here somewhere. Game Boy Advanced. What the? Oh, there we go. I have my Game Boy Advance somewhere. I have my old DS. We have a 3DS. Was it like a DSi XL I think we had? Or was it 3DS XL? Was there a 3DS XL? Did you look at the commissions that opened? I did. But I'm also very broke. This is the problem. Game Boy Advance SP Tribal Edition. It is not. It was just a normal gray Game Boy Advanced. Had one? Okay. I don't know if we had a DSi XL or a 3DS XL, but it was one of those. It was one of them. Couldn't tell you which one, but it was one. Oh, this song is such a banger. Oh, this song is just... the lyrics. This is what plays in my head when I fish in a video game. Amazing. Beautiful. I had 3DS specifically because they put Monster Hunter on the Nintendo stuff after 3rd gen. Oh, and then the 3DS XL had the analog stick built into it. Okay, I don't think I ate. Maybe it wasn't the 3DS XL. I have the 3DS XL. We had a lot of Nintendo things. We had the, you know, the N64. We had the Wii. We had the GameCube. We had the Game Boy Advance. We had the Game Boy Color. We had the DS, the DSi XL. I'm trying to think of all of them. It's really hard to remember. We had... that might be it. And we had the PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, 4. We never got a PS5. Because we were PC exclusive at that point. Xbox 360, Xbox 360 Elite. Is that it? I never had, like, the PSP. I think that's it. I don't know if... are there any other consoles? Oh, the Switch. The Nintendo Switch. A Circle Pad Pro, which basically gave you a right analog stick. That was it? Oh. I don't think we had that, no. And why Leviathan? I'm giving you the awkward side hug this time. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for respecting my virtual boundaries. To think PS6 may be the first console discless. And why no disc? Do you guys honestly think they'll, like... Nah. I'm just trying to think of a world where Sony, you know, is like, never mind, guys. There will be discs. PS5 had a discless version. That is true, it did. Isn't that what Kojima, like, tweeted about back in the day? Was that, like, 2021, 22? Because the PS5 had a discless version, so he's like, there will be a time where even your digital games will not belong to you. And if they wanted to, they will remove them. That sounds more like the killing of games. It does. It really does. Wait, what? Ghost Hunters, we have news for you. Today we're sharing details on the first quality of life update launching later this month for Phasmophobia. With this, we'll be removing hand animations, including eye adaptation for consoles and much more.
Dick.
Wait, removing hand animations? But didn't they just add them? I guess that people didn't like how jank they were. Character hand animations for grabbing, dropping, moving doors, and hovering over interactable or grabbable objects have been removed to speed up gameplay. The item drop animation will still play for others in the session, but will not be visible to the player. I see. Cosmetics that are no longer able to be earned will not be visible. I see. The camera zoom in the customization shop will now focus on the selected part of the character. Thank God. On Sunny Meadows, the ghost will now only lock the doors to a wing if both it and a player are inside that wing. Eye adaptation will now adjust the lighting quicker when opening and closing the journal. The console players will now have the ability to enable disable eye adaptation. The Obake's shapeshift will now count towards the ghost video objective. You can now capture any media for the Apocalypse Challenge instead of only a photo. Recording the ghost orbs in the tutorial is now required instead of only getting it inside the video camera's screen. Improve the lighting around the player, allowing for better visibility in dark areas. Okay. As in, he was talking about stop killing games or trying to fight, or what stop killing games or trying to fight. Oh, okay. I don't remember the actual tweet. What do today? I don't know. I guess you have to wait and see. Guess you're gonna have to wait and see. Add an icon to the player ID card to show if that player is speaking. Nice. Adjusted the visuals on the PS... Okay, don't care. Event board map leaflets are now spread over multiple pages. Okay. Players can now cancel use animations by pressing the use button during the animation, allowing for the equipment to be quickly toggled without waiting for the animation to finish. The journal has now been moved closer for easier readability. The journal animation is now significantly faster. Character legs will now use animation instead of procedurally generated animations when moving. Oh, so people won't slide anymore, huh? Improved the detection of photo evidence. Higher priority unique photos will always take priority. Unique photos will always take priority over duplicates. Wow. Wait, VR. The character will now rotate instantly to match the head rotation when looking straight ahead. When looking down, the character rotation will only turn when an angled threshold has been met to allow easier use of the belt. VR. The journal will now be instantly opened upon use. Whoa! Is that really enough though? VR fixes. Holy. This is what matters to me because I really enjoy Phasmo in VR, and it would convince me, perhaps, to do more VR Phasmo. VR, fix an issue that caused visual stutters for the video camera when attached to as tier 2 or tier 3 tripod. Okay. Fix an issue that caused stamina to not recover while crouched. Okay. Fix an issue that caused equipment to disappear if the player walks into a waist-high object. Really? I didn't even know that was a problem. Fix an issue that allowed players to grab headgear off of other players' heads. Wait, no, put it back. That was funny. Fix an issue that caused players height inconsistencies in multiplayer. They finally fixed it. Oh my god. Last time I played VR Phasmo, I was stuck in the ceiling for the entire lobby session. That was crazy. Implemented a left-hand pose when holding the Ouija board. Fixed an issue that prevented the Tier 3 Igniter use animation from playing correctly. Fixed an issue that caused the player model's head to become detached from the body when walking sideways. What? Fix an issue that caused the headgear to drop to the floor when placed back on the truck rack. Fix an issue that allowed players to skip parts of the tutorial by using teleport movement. Damn it. Fix an issue that prevented players from recording evidence whilst holding the journal. Fix an issue that caused the VR UI ray to be affected by hand animations. Fix an issue that caused the interact animation to player when looking at another player's item. Wait, we might be so back. Awesome. This could be the era of VR Phasmo again. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe I convince, like, Leaf Lions to do some Phasmo again in VR, and I'll try it with them. Maybe. I don't know. I really don't. Another Mecha Chameleon update. Bro, they keep patching this game. It's good. Added a new mode, Reverse Chicken Race. What does that even mean? Wait, deduce the hidden player's identity from their body paint. Find them first, rack up those points. If you're the one hiding, earn points by staying unnoticed. I see. So they saw the clip of Disguised Toast hiding behind the hunter, and they made it a game mode. Essentially what they're saying is, in this mode, the player gets more points from following the hunter around. Wait, what? Allowed hunters to use the free cam. Oh, during the answer reveal. Well, that's cool. Well, that's cool. If I remember, she did say she wants a Phasmo again. I think she said she wanted a Phasmo without VR, which would be understandable because that was rough for them. That was a rough time. And I was just vibing. I was just having a good time. I really was. It's gonna be funny just following the hunter, yeah. But I think the thing is, by default, the hunter is just gonna look like around themselves. So as long as you're fast enough and know, I guess you can circle around them and they wouldn't notice, but generally I feel like it's gonna be... We'll see. We'll see. Well, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I will be playing The Long Drive today. We're going to continue our journey. Hopefully that will not end today. And we're going to probably need to replace the Beetle because it still struggles up the hill. And truly, at this point, we just need a car that can handle it, you know. Maybe I should have stuck to the one car. The Eichelmobile V2 was actually probably the best. I think it was the best. And I replaced it for the meme, and I have regrets. Last night, Leaf hid as the horse... The what? She what? Wait, what do you mean last night? Where was she playing last night? Oh, do you mean... Oh, last night for you. Duh. Duh. You're talking about, with Boshi. Yeah. I totally forgot. Is the game quieter? Hello? Oh. My volume's quieter. I believe we last left off by a mansion. Never mind. Okay, where are we? Gas station. Okay. Bus. Nighttime, so let's go to bed. Oh, wait, we made it a convertible Beetle, though. Oh, do I really want to get rid of the convertible Beetle? I don't know, dude. What I do know is we're gonna have to figure out the volume levels. And okay, enjoy the next 23 minutes of music. I will not be skipping this song right here. Maybe I should lower the game a little bit. Thoughts? Where would that be? Sound. Try like 50. In media sharing? Bruh. And why she did that? What? Wow. Leafons became Horsebok. Bro, we need more Pepega chatters like that. Is Pepega... Do people still use that word? Hey, they use like this or no? Probably not. We've entered the normie freaking era of chatters. And I'm pissed. I'm literally so pissed. Literally. I can't believe I'm playing this video game. I truly can't. We didn't change the mirror. Oh, that's right. Because we flung the other car. No, wait. How do we lose the mirror? The rear view mirror. Wow, this is so beautiful. Now, which rendition of the Eichelmobile did everyone enjoy the most? V1, V2, or V3, or V3.5? How long did you last play this? On Tuesday? We played it on Tuesday. But if you mean before that, it's been since 2023. Was the last time I played the long drive. This is the new playthrough, though. I think the music's too freaking quiet. We're listening to art. We're listening to the Starry Night of music. Is there actually an ending to this game? Apparently there is an ending to this game. Apparently after a certain amount of kilometers, you reach the ending. I want to commit so bad. But I really don't know how long that takes. Oh god. My mirror, man! Oh my god. We literally watched it get flung. Now, can it be argued that this is the best, like, last song of an album? If we agreed that Shine On You Crazy Diamond is the best intro, part 1 through 5, could this be the best outro to an album ever? Imagine they say it takes a year. I don't remember what the number was, but I think it's like 1,000 or something kilometers, which we've passed that, I'm pretty sure at this point. Doom. Do no 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 no. What do we got? Gas, oil. What is this? Milk chocolate. Juvie, what does that mean? Juvie, hello? Why is it German? I don't know. I don't know. Milk chocolate, 100 grams. Crazy. What is this? Is this more milk chocolate? Mmm. Milk chocolate. Fuel tank was 91 gas. I can't grab it. I can't grab it. Oh man. Dang it. Is that a blow up at toilet? No. No. Actually, it's really not. You're just seeing things, man. You're really just seeing things. Oh. What did this go? Whoa. Whoa. Now that is sick. How silly would this look on the back? Oh, man. Beautiful. Ugh, we should roll up the windows. Don't want to get sand in our car, right? This truly is a song I can, like... I mean, I've done it before, but I'm just saying, on a road trip, this is definitely something that would play. If I were driving... Perhaps not at night. Like a starter song, so one of the first songs. Depends on the road trip. Not the most ideal song for a nighttime drive. If you're tired. Oh my god. I remember, we were driving south. And we were about 9 hours into the drive. No, 8 hours. 8 hours into the drive. And, dude. It was my turn to drive. Normally, I'm a pretty good driver. And, you know, they were saying, like, wow, you're a pretty good driver when I was starting. And now I was driving for about 4 hours. I was so tired, dude. And... my brain couldn't comprehend the speed I was going, which wasn't that fast, but we were taking an exit, and it was a ramp, so I had to slow down, and they were asleep, and I felt so bad, dude, but my brain, literally, I just couldn't. It didn't click in my head, so I had to brake a little bit, a little harder. It wasn't, like, you know, a crazy brake, but it was enough to wake them up, and I felt so bad. After that compliment of you're a pretty good driver. In my defense, we had 2 dogs in the car. We were 8 hours into the drive. I barely slept. The night before. I barely slept the night before because we started the drive at night. Wait, no, we didn't. I lied. We started in the afternoon. But my driving portion was at, like... I don't remember. It was, like... 6 a.m. I love long drives. I really do. See, this part, probably not good for a nighttime drive. You might think you're getting chased by a demon creature or something. You might freak out a little bit. Does this have oiter? Empty! Maybe that's the sort of drive you want. You're right. What if getting freaked out? But by the way, oh my god, listen. I do not advocate giving Discord money, but if you've done the quests to get some points, the current bundle is the greatest horror bundle they've ever done. It's straight out of like Junji Ito. Like Utsubora. You should go. I love it. I bought like everything. By bought, I mean I used all of the points that I racked up. I had like 30,000 points. I spent them all on this bundle. Not all of the things look great, but come on, man. Points what where for Discord. If you do the quests. I don't do. I mean, it's horror, so I assume you wouldn't really care for it. I like long drives, but I think I need to be the one in charge of the music at all times, including when I'm driving. Or I'm gonna get grouchy. Especially if someone, like, only listens to one genre of music, and suddenly you're listening to... I don't really have a good example, but... It's just some genres of music, even K-pop, has the same beat sometimes, over and over again, and you're like, bro, I'm gonna go insane. My favorite part of the song is coming up, though. Very soon. There's a live, amazingly edited, amazing quality version of this song that they played in Poland, Gdańsk. Oh my god. I think that's what made it one of my favorite songs by Pink Floyd, is the live version that they did. With, like, the super awesome rainbow, like, lighting effect as the part that's coming up starts. It's a shame it's so short, though. The portion that I like is actually coming up. I'm gonna raise the volume. One bundle is twice as much as I have in orbs. Yeah, I did spend like 35,000 points. Something like that. I couldn't help it though, man. This is like the Ico bundle. Almost. I'm sure we could think of something more Ico-esque, but... The only thing is, I don't like the avatar frames. They all suck. I have 1,000? Hey, that's pretty good, man. The most I had was 40,000, and now I have, like, not. I like the eye one. Unless you mean the avatar frame, then... It's alright. Are these ever worth it to, like, pull over for? I really don't think so. My brakes are so bad on this car, by the way. Need more iframes. Diesel. Blood. There's been a murder. Okay, quick. We have to drive during this part. We have to. During the sunset? Maybe I overhyped this part a bit too much. I just feel something, man. I just do. I feel like I ascend. Oh my god. We're almost freaking here. The part. This whole build up, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I love this song so much. Oh, dude. We should sleep. Now, if that was longer, if that entire part was longer, dude. Dude. Typically, I feel like I would share that, like, part of the song, and people are like, that's it? That's what you hype? And I'm like, dude, yes! Dude, yes, man. Oh. Some oil spilled. We had an oil spill. I'm the crazy guy's doing 200 shit boxing. What? This is a state-of-the-art, whatever year, okay, Volkswagen Beetle, alright? I bet you've never even seen a Volkswagen Beetle of this degree. Oh my god. We're so back, guys. Goatsy. Hey, Ireland. How you doing, Ireland? I was gonna say, yesterday, Joe the Lion was playing. Uh-oh. Hold that thought. We might have to do the car replacement now. I didn't realize Joe was talking at first, because he didn't sound Irish. I was like, wait, that's Joe the Lion. I was like, who's his voice that I don't recognize? Oh, dude. I mean, I'm sorry, you don't have the really strong Irish accent. You know, like the welcome to Ireland. 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 I don't know how to say it. But you know what I mean. You don't have it. You don't. And that's okay. Also, this part of the song is amazing as well. Okay. Theoretically, which car is the best here? If we don't look at the appearance... Well, I guess it's just the engine that matters, right? And I can change it out. So let's do an engine comparison here. Wait, do I need diesel? I would probably need diesel. Top of the morning to you, laddies. The engine sear. Anyone know an engine sear? The seer of engines? Okay, well, we already know which cooling thing is better, I think, just by size alone, right? I mean, one, I'm from Dublin, so my accent's gonna be different to the fiddle-dee accent you're expecting. I'm Americanized, unfortunately. The accent you did is barely Irish. I know. I know, but I'm just saying. No. Scottish girl that could go perfectly fluent American from like heavy Scottish. Kind of same, but not Scottish. Bruh. I mean, to be fair, I had a pretty heavy accent originally, and it also got shafted by, you know, I hung out with Americans, Europeans, the British. My entire life has been a mix of, like, different cultures and accents and voices and pronunciations. But I feel like most people would just assume American at this point. I mean, I did hear some twinges in there. So I'm not saying you didn't sound Irish at all. Juvie, when is your English going to be on par with American? Bro, if you met Juvie in, like, 2020, bro. I used to have to translate for him. The English that he was speaking, I used to have to translate it for people. They looked at me. There's a meme from, like, a movie or a show. I can't remember where it's from. But someone would say something, and then people were looking at them, and wait, did my keyboard not charge? I just noticed my keyboard is glowing as if it didn't charge, which doesn't make sense. Anyways, they would look at him when he says something, and then they would look at me when he's done, so I had to translate what he's saying, basically, but it was in English. Hot Fuzz? Maybe. I also get a lot of, you don't sound like you're from around here as well. I don't know, I guess it's just the effect of living on the interwebs. I think so, yeah. I sounded very different before VR chat. I always think of Vebe because you really can't tell what accent she has because it's part Polish, part British, part American. And I genuinely, before I knew, I was like, what do you mean she's Polish from England? Like, what do you mean? She doesn't sound like either. More. So we can argue this is the best oil, or the best oil tank, yeah. Right? Surely. Because size matters. And this is probably the best coolant, because once again, size matters. Now, fuel-wise, does this mean I need diesel? Is it the same game? It is the same save file, yes. There is my current vehicle. Here's the problem. If I need diesel, we're cooked. There's no diesel around. Anyways, I only mention that. I'm a sucker for accents, and I always have been. So, you can probably tell from the fact that I try to mimic accents, and it goes horribly, but... Do I have to be a mechanic to play this? Rule of thumb. Rule of thumb, if your engine looks like this, you can just use normal gas. And I typically assume that anything else is diesel. But let's see. Let's test that theory. Now, which car do I like the most? I kind of like this one the most. Uh-oh. Can I not even... Wait. Oh, good. I thought the engine was on the front. Typically, yes. Typically, yes. Where is the fuel for this vehicle? Or does this need a fuel tank? God. Is it up on top here? That wouldn't even make sense, but... Alright, well, the hell with this car, then. I'm not sure that should have oil. I mean, you just need to know the basics. Surely you know how to change a tire, right? Where's the fuel thing for this? Here. $43 liters of fuel. How much does our Volkswagen Beetle have? Nice back storage. What's happening? I'm probably driving over the engines. Okay. Normal gas is fine here. Besides being a rust bucket, I think this is the new car. Before burning my car. You won't burn it. Oh god, do I have a sponge, please? Maybe in here? Oh, hello. Coolant with water. Yes, I've driven past some buses. That is for sure. Hello? Hello? Salute. Thank you. Weapon Trial series when John Milk Drinker got crushed at the end and the sound effects with the balloon pops and somebody pissing, I lost it. Don't you just love critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV? And more than World of Warcraft, right? More oil. Fantasy Star Boy. I couldn't get into it. Like, it was fun, and I played it for a little bit, but... And honestly, I think I just reached that point in life where... It's so hard to commit to a game. And I've already committed so much into 14 that I can't be bothered. Now, if a new MMO comes out, of course I'm going to try it out. That's without a doubt. Coming to a game is hard. An MMO or a gacha, even harder. Yeah, exactly. I mean, gacha is a no-go for me these days. I just can't. Oh, we have some spare oil. Spare oil. Unofficially married to a piece of media. Oh god. True. Even though I hate it. Water. No! Stop! Why would you do this? I mean, dailies! It's true, I do my dailies. I'm relic grinding like a madman. I'm doing... By the way, relic grinding in Final Fantasy is so bad, man. And I'm doing 4 relics at the same time. What's up, Elite? I want to play a full NBA 2K career mode on NBA 2K game, but it's like... Bro, I'm supposed to play 82 games? Now hold on. Oh. It's just empty, alright. How many games have you played now on, what is it? The sports thingy. Why is he asking you to play 2K? No, he's not asking me to play 2K. The season 2 of the Scuffed Basketball League. Oh man. I keep meaning to stop by and I just, bro, I can't wait for this semester to be over. This brain dead teacher, this professor, I just by the time I have free time to say what's good, stream's freaking over. Dead last in season 1. You know what? That's a good change of pace, because good god, they sucked. Maybe they just needed Mike Roble, unless he's gone. Is he doing better? Also, what's up, H. Brown? What a rust bucket. But it's our rust bucket, and that's what matters. I'm sorry, are these tires different? What's going on here? Do we see this? Okay, that's all we needed. Maybe he was the game changer. In a playoff spot, man. I gotta stop by and be like, yo, let's go. I thought it was vintage 1984 Volkswagen Beetle. No, this was the vintage 1984 Volkswagen Beetle. This is literally a rust bucket. I mean, bro. It's floating. It's not even attached to the car. Oh my god. It's a magical car, right? Sorry, we gotta stay within legal terms of this car. There has to be at least a license plate on the back. Let's not break any laws here, right? You see this man on the side of the road with 3 half-disassembled vehicles. Do you stop? No. But I encourage the behavior, and I hope that they succeed with whatever they are doing. This is the vehicle for a god. Okay? Even though I will miss the Volkswagen Beetle dearly. You know, the one that we drove for approximately an hour. Good to see you though, Elite. How's Persona coming along? My god, that game is long. Good lord, I could never play it. $140 hours. I think we can beat it tonight. Jeez. My brain's like, I could never commit to something like that, but then at the same time, I play MMOs. And I have many hours, so I don't know. The game is long. I don't know, man. You are on a long drive. That's a good point. I am currently playing the long drive. It's a very good point. That's a good argument to be making. I don't know how long this game really is. I really don't. All right. Our first real objective is to find Diesel. Not Vin Diesel, Diesel Fuel. This car's a mess, but somehow the mirror is just shining bright. Hey, the World Cup. My god, dude. What a World Cup it's been. What a World Cup it has been. Who's playing in 25? Oh, Austria and Spain? Ooh. Austria just barely saved themselves too, man. By scoring at the final, like, second to get a tie. I think Spain's gonna wipe the floor, honestly. But I keep saying that, and then that's not what happens. Croatia, Portugal, Algeria, Switzerland. Bro, I don't even know who to like root for anymore. If I had to be so real, at this point, I really think Argentina's gonna take the dub. Germany's gone. Maybe Norway has a good shot. Dude, Norway is... I mean, they got the dude. Well, casual football... What just happened? We're good. Casual football fan for 4 years, but I'll watch every game of the World Cup. I only keep track of my favorite teams, so... Dortmund. From Germany. That's really the only team I care to keep an eye on. Sometimes I'll look at Manchester United, but... They're not the same team that they used to be. And I'm talking, it's been a decade since they were a good team, but... I just hope all teams have fun. Right, fun. I'm gonna be honest, some of the games I can't watch. Now listen, I know what you guys are gonna say. Just hear me out for a moment. I'm so sick of the acting, bro. Bro. Can they just play the game, man? Do we have to watch this guy roll around for 5 minutes saying his ankle hurts from barely tripping on some other dude's cleats? Bro. I'm so bored of it. I really am. This is part of the game. Well, the game sucks. And this is why the female football is better. Because they'll foul each other and walk around bleeding noses. And it's great. Hello, Wolfie. How you doing? Welcome. I was reading about how during the penalties of Germany-Paraguay, some of the players couldn't handle taking a penalty because of the pressure. Exactly. How did Germany lose to Paraguay to begin with? It's insane. This is the team that went 8-1. Was it 8-1 or 8-0? Against Brazil. I think it was 8-1. No, 7-1. 7-1. That's why you watch rugby or something. Those guys beat the shit out of each other and walk around like everything's grand. I'm just so tired of it, bro. I just want to watch the sport. It's like the Super Bowl where you're mostly watching the commercials at this point. I can't be bothered. Just watch hockey. Just watch hockey, man. They'll kill each other on that ice. And you know what? They'll continue with, like, probably a concussion. They'll continue to play. I became a hockey fan in these playoffs. Exactly, dude. Exactly. I'm just so tired of Football. Football. I was a bigger fan, like, in high school. But even then, they were paid actors at this point. Still, the World Cup is the World Cup. I was never a fan of football. I thought you were. I watch because it's the World Cup. I see. Yeah. Honestly, even people who do not care about the sport whatsoever will watch it, so. Which is understandable. I also don't really care about football, like American football whatsoever, but I'll watch the Super Bowl. It might be mostly because of the halftime show, but I'll still watch it. I don't like most sports because it all looks the same to me. I mean, at the end of the day, if you set the rules aside for a moment, all of sports are the same, because the end goal is getting the ball either into a net or to the end zone. I'm ashamed for my country and culture. I don't usually watch sports, but I like martial arts. I mean, you like some kind of sport. Most people don't like sports. I mean, okay, that's not true. That's not true. Never mind. Most people that I know don't like sports or don't care about sports. You gotta keep it simple, else you get Quidditch rules. And I mean, you could argue Quidditch is the same thing as well. It's just basketball with more hoops. What is... Oh my god. We can make this American Truck Sim right now. Never mind. Oh, this is just coolant. Oh. What fuel does a truck even take? Whoa. How fast does this even go? One would expect it not to work, considering there's no fuel. I know nothing about trucks, except for when I watch people play Euro Truck Simulator later. How do you even fuel this thing? Oh, here it is. I know you can store many things on them. Yeah, do I really need the storage? Do I? I'm curious, will gas work? Now, the oil tank has oil. Gas has been put into the fuel tank. I don't really think it needs coolant to function in the sense of, like, turning it on, so... Okay. So, we're looking at diesel here, right? It's gotta be it. What is this? Coolant. Vin Diesel. Wait. Wait, how much does this have? 150 liters. Oh, but that thing doesn't have a fuel tank. I mean, it does, but we can't, like, change it out. Collecting, me too, but when the car has one bad moment, everything goes to shit. You might get propelled into the stratosphere if you have too many things in your car. This dog already might ruin this run at some point. Chat, might as well give you an update on the uni stuff. Really cool update real quick. As you know, this professor goes missing, for no reason. The semester ends this Sunday, and we have not been given our midterm or our final. Please share your thoughts in the comments below. I'm just curious what everyone thinks about this. Stupid dog! You made me look bad. He's not purple, you're so silly. He's not purple. Man. You know, it's just this song. His name is not Lucas. His name is Shmeeborp. Oh, we need to find a sponge. We need to find a sponge, and we need to find... What was the other thing we need to find? I guess cleaning fuel. Windex. Oh, God! You see? You see? He's already breaking it. He's already breaking. Alright, let's go inspect the damages. And nothing was damaged. They've definitely fixed that up in this game, because it used to be, if you even tap a rock, everything would fly off of your car. Every single door. Oh, hey, new biome. Get off the road! So what's everyone's weekend plan? Anything crazy going on? I mean, in America land, it's 4th of July weekend, so... I expect fireworks to start today. Running and gunning. What? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I'll be running in Pew Pew games. Ooh, I want to do paintball. To the fest downhill? Nice! Hell yeah! Surely this drive won't be long. Hello, Peanut. How'd you like that Discord bundle stuff? Very Junji Ito. I bought all of it. With not real money, obviously. I used the Discord points. Well, this thing has way better brakes than the Volkswagen. That's for sure. My automobile's a piece of crap. No, come on, this thing's good. Come on. Ooh. Now, is that oil? Why is there oil in a coolant? We got gas. No sponge, but I will take the paint. Now, is this coolant better than this one? Where are my car knowers? Can I even fit this coolant in here? I'm going to assume yes, just by size alone. Tell the boys to watch a movie on Discord. Ooh, what movie? Oh, this is 10 liters. Incredible. Oh my god. No. Don't show. This, yes. Christopher Robin. What's the, is that the one? I'm assuming no. But what's the Winnie the Pooh film that's like a horror film? I forgot that existed. I never really heard anything about it after it released. Did people even like it? Honey and Blood? Maybe? We need to find a garage. We need a garage. Because we need a sponge to clean up this entire thing. We also need the spray. The cleaning spray. I'm gonna be honest, this car isn't that impressive. Just overall. Like, it's barely hitting 140 after all this. The Beetle wasn't impressive either, but as per usual, the Icomobile Mark 1 was, or Mark 2 rather, was better. And we replaced it for a Beetle for the meme. Funny and made enough for it to get a sequel and cinematic universe involving other childhood characters. Oh, right, because they announced like a new one after that, right? That wasn't Winnie the Pooh. I don't remember what that one was, though. Was it Barney or something? I like the concept. I don't know how good they are. Wow. Wow! It doesn't even feel like a Thursday. It's Tuesday, lads. Which in my case is an okay thing. I feel like most people would rather it be, you know, the weekend already. It's capped at 140. It's not even going beyond it. Are we serious? This car sucks. I hate Thursdays? Really? Why do you hate Thursdays? Back in, like, the prime VR chat time, Thursdays were, like, the big days where everyone was on for some reason. Not Fridays, not Saturdays, not Sundays, Thursdays. That's why a lot of people started taking Thursdays off for streams, because the big streamers and stuff were on, so they didn't want to, like, fight for... Oh, here we go, finally, a garage. Never mind, that's just a small building, but whatever. That's why people typically don't stream or didn't stream on Thursdays. It's because it would be too much competition against, like, all the peepos. Okay, we got spray. Something bad always happens on Thursdays. What? Whoa. Nice. No, no more bikes. Yes, a sponge! Oh my god. How close to derusting can this go? I think we've already acquired our answer. Uh-oh. I think they changed it. I don't know if you can derust this anymore. No! The car's gonna be ugly forever? Well, chat, we need to find a new car. I can't even clean the interior? It's looking bleak. Well. Truly the rust bucket. The Eichelmobile 4.0 is just a rust bucket. We need to find a new car. And then we'll just use all of the interior part, or, well, you know, all the car parts and replace it. Which means that we have to find a diner or the other building we saw with a parking lot. Oh, so true. Sing it, Joel. I don't like this biome. I think I would actually prefer permanent desert. Also, we have yet to see the Arctic zone. What's going on here? I like green fields. Yeah, you like green fields, but you can't see anything. There could be stuff like hidden in the grass. In this video game, this is very suboptimal. And why is green? I like green. And for why? Quick stop by to keep my streak. I'm not in Ontario anymore. I'm out in Winnipeg for like a week. Hey, enjoy. Enjoy Winnipegs. "5 days. Sounds like a good time." Oh. Slow it down! Who pegs? Winnie. Oh! Dude. Okay, so we turn off the light. Turn off the car. Fall asleep. And why grass green? Well, there's something called chloroplast. Oh, dude. Oh, this car is so vibes. Wait, what? ¿Dónde está es la fuel? Ah. 42 liters. What do you mean ugly? You're... Uh-oh. What seems to be the issue here? Resident Evil 4. That one was fun. How's you, man? Man, today my brain no work. It's no good. Oh, this needs... Uh-oh. No work, nothing. Excuse me. What? Does this... What is... What? What I'm looking? Huh? It's broken? Well, no. It works. It works. Is this even gonna work? I want to know. Why do you hate this car? Oh wait, dude. What if I put my car in the back? The rush bucket. I don't even think it'll work. Doesn't this need, like, to get strapped in? I kinda want to see it fly off. Oh, well, this doesn't exactly have storage. But let's see, maybe I can, like, turn it to... Oh, no, we need all of this, though. If we lose the car, it's Jover. 42 liters. Wow. That's crazy. Wait, why? Oh god. Watching the Doki Bird concert tomorrow? Nope. But I hope it goes great. Is this the California? Is it the song? Oh yeah. Monster or what is it? Werewolves and zombies. Slim Shachi fan? Yeah. Well, that's just how it is sometimes. Can I not even... Hello? Thank you. Go! Of course this is front wheel drive. Bruh. Hello? Is Dexter... Oh no. Truth is, I thought it mattered. Why won't you drive forward? Thank you. This car's so... I literally can't, like, stop it from turning that way.
Dick.
Dick! Huh? Oh, burnt. It's not burnt, it, overload. What's up, Wolfie?
Dick.
Oh god, what have I done? Or get knocked down.
Dick.
That's why I'm replacing it. I'm replacing the car, but I want to keep the storage at the very least. Why? Why you're... And for why this? What is going? You. It's you, isn't it? Go. Go! What? This game is something else, man, let me tell you. What's up, Ty? Oh, wait, Rusty. I don't know. And why? About me, I feel dreadfully tired today, and I don't know why. I really don't. We're powering through. I'm convinced the gamer subs I have are decaf, and I just didn't realize. Yo, you guys like Arcane or no? I fear this might have been a terrible idea. Alright, what do I take with me? Water for coolant. Water. We need oil, for sure. Feel like a Monday? Yeah, honestly, it really does. Even though I just said it feels like a Tuesday. I mean, Tuesdays are like my most exhausted days, and I never understand why. Wrong door. Wrong. I think I am just fried from my uni stuff. In all honesty. Like I said, my midterm was supposed to be 3 weeks ago. We are reaching the final week of this course. And we also have not even acquired our final. And why I have so many of this? What? Happen. Don't. All right. This is probably a horrible idea. It's so slow. This is not making up a hill. Oh no. It's okay. It's just the only reason it's exhausting is because 3 weeks ago the professor gave us an assignment for that week, and then for 2 weeks it was radio silence. We didn't know what we had to do. And then they gave us everything that we should have done in those 2 weeks that we had no idea we should have done. And the due date was like that same week. So it's like we had to do 2 weeks worth of work in one. I don't think I'm mentally capable of doing a midterm and a final in 1 week. Sorry, not in 1 week. In what, 3 days? The course is officially over on Sunday. Which, by the way, it's 4th of July weekend. People go away for that weekend, man. They do. They, like... I don't even know. I don't even know. This professor's dick. They are a dick. I'm feeling regrets for this vehicle. Oh man, but it looks nice. It's just it can't. It doesn't know what it's doing. Oh! What? Put those back on. Wait. Dude, what? Ew, man. Why? Where did my HUD go? Backspace? When did I click backspace? We should have taken this for a test drive before we committed. But this is why I saved beforehand. I guess we'll have to see how it goes through the... Hey, why you said this? And for why you said this? Howdy, Cloud Ripper. How's it going? Hopefully well, hopefully well. Howdy, howdy. We're on the road. I just like the interior of this. It looks nice. How about me? Suffering? That's me. That's right. Suffering. But with great suffering, what is this road? What is this road? Why? What's in the way of it? Why do we have to add these turns? For why? This world is gruesome. Damn, whoever playing this radio got some tunes, let me tell you what. This is Gen 4 of the Icomobile. Sorry, Gen 5, because Gen 4 lasted about 10 minutes and got replaced. But I'm regretting this gen. This is not a good idea. If we get into the hilly lands, this is not making it up. And this is what a good engine, man. This engine's really good. But we're struggling, we're hitting 40. That's the top speed. And now it's dropping. Are we on? We're going up? This is barely a hill. Cargo ship. Well, the idea was to put my old car on the back, but it made this... It literally slingshot this car into the freaking sky. The components are fantastic. So much so that it's sticking out. If we fail, I will reload and we'll just take the old car. The rust bucket. Man, it was so rusty, it pissed me off. What is that? I'm sorry, is the closest building... Ain't no way. Ain't no way right now. Now this is a tune right here. Please. I don't see a building for miles. I wonder how far we've gotten. This also has no storage, which is really funny, considering, you know, all the storage we had in the previous vehicle. Dude, it's stuck at 30 miles per hour. Oh no. Okay, here's the test. Otherwise, we're reloading. The hills begin. Is that a building? No. That's a rock. Wait, it's speeding up. It's slowing down. It's slowing down a lot. 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 It barely made it 6.5 kilometers. Come on. Come on. You can make it up this hill. Okay, I mean, look. It's holding the 30. It's struggling. It is. But listen, it's going up the hill. Now, if this was an Uber super hill, well, then we'd be doomed. Hey, look at what it did. Just passed that number. It just passed that number. That is a building. And I think it's a diner. If we make it to the diner, we can maybe find a car in the parking lot. One can hope. It's holding. This isn't like an Uber hill, but we're doing it. We're going. This good. If this reaches 20 miles per hour, it's cooked. Right now, it's holding the 30. It really is. We should be proud of what it can accomplish. It's also kind of going to the left for no reason. Why is it turning on its own? I don't understand. The big one. Come on. Come on. Come on. Watch the rock. Was it a rock this entire... a big boulder? There's no new building. Oh no. Is that a gas stop? What is that? That better not just be a bus stop. It's just a bus stop. I'm trying to commit to my mistakes here. we would have been so much further away. To hell with it. Put it back. Just put it back. This car was ugly, but it worked. I can't wait to immediately hit 140. Hello? It even has storage. I really don't know what I was thinking. My frames. Huh? Wait. Oh, here. All right. I mean, we're already at 120. Like, bro, well, what was I thinking? Truly. Let's save over the truck and rename it to... Never mind. Just save it over. The Ico truck was a great failure, and our experiment is no longer. It has ended, it has concluded. And now we know the Eichelmobile Mark IV is simply better. At least until we find a proper Mark V. Tie with the 165 stream streak. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Crazy streaks going on. The car's going very fast. I'm letting off the gas. I literally can't even stay on the road. Yep. 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 I don't even know. I don't even know. This got some good air stability, I guess. Oh, I should have checked the total when we reloaded. I think that's no, that's only on the main menu, so I'm wrong. Lol. Lol, lol, lol. I am so wrong. My god, it must have taken us 20 minutes to even get this far. Pretty sure the gas station is like right here. Or not? Oh no, no, it's a little further out because I can see the thing over there. It's gonna be the big rock. Dude, it's so rusty, man. Surely there's a way. That's a nice roof? Dude. This thing is so bad. It's the whole car, it's even the interior, bro. We have to find a new car. I thought you were still in the Beetle? No. Damn, you missed a lot then. I was in the Beetle, and then we replaced it with this car, and then I replaced this car with a truck. But the truck was going 30 miles per hour. Maximum. So I reloaded back to this car. I was cooking, let him cook. And what you're cooking? Hey, and what you're cooking? I had a decent breakfast today. 4 eggs scrambled. That's right. That's right. That's right. Vaginas. That sounded very different in my head. And then I said it. Damn. Delicious. I'm sure. I'm so No. It doesn't. No, it doesn't. You mispronounced it. Could be better. Honestly, fair. South Carolina. Caronila. I never heard of this place. Crazy. Is there another ain't? No. Oh, wait. It's a garage. Hit the brakes. Nope, it's not a garage. It's a bus stop with a truck. Well, we don't want it. I ain't even doing it. Sweet chamomile. Brum, brum, brum. That's the tea I drink so good. And hey, darling. Know you're home tonight. How is it joeing? Pretty great, man. What do you think of my car? I wonder if there is a way to actually de-rust these cars. Driving in my car right after a beer. I get home. We're gonna flip. We're gonna flip. Well, let's look at the bright side. That was some good travel time. We must have saved ourselves a lot of kilometers from that. Sponge? No. The bright side. Aiko, that is the sun. Sun will come out tomorrow. Betcha bottom that it tomorrow. Tomorrow. Hit the brakes. Hit the brakes. Hit the brakes. Okay. At long last, we've made it to a garage. After 2 hours and 50 minutes. Well, it's more like an hour and 50 minutes. What? Okay. Normally it skips to, you know, the proper daytime, but I won't complain. Okay, this is literally the same car. But not rusty. Be happy again. Happen eventually. Law, 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 law. Law, law, law. skip the night just to avoid my recommendation? Dude, I'm just playing the playlist, man. Don't do it. Oh, okay. Is this the same car? Yeah, it is. Okay. It's given, like, yellow Hummer vibes. So, you know, we really prove that we hate the environment here. That's the important part about these cars. And for all car fans, we need to remind people that we don't care about the environment. This car is... Nope, no. I was like, this car is slightly different, and then I saw it also has a thing. Wait a second. Oh my god, it's missing the whole front frame. Do I have to use this? But it's rusted, man. No. Stop there, and let me correct it. I want to live a life from a new perspective. Whoa! Guys. Now, is this better than this? I wish I knew engines. I really do. Red! Why is red? Call your ex? My god, you're right. Some U-land. How is it U-landing today? Say this song, bro, every time. Oh! Wait a second. Yeah, but it has different light tinks. Light. Is this a light? That's bread. That's some bread right there. Ooh. 2 oil. 3. I think this is better. Damn. coolant? Oh no, that's the coolant. Can I? I can't get the angle. There we go. Wait a second. Oh, they're both 5-liter. Nope. Next. No. Next. Absolutely not. Wait. This is way more space back here. Because the chair, the seats. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Oh, dude. Oh, wait, that actually fits there. What is this? Radio? Damn. Sweet. How's the gas looking? Oh, fuel tank empty. Oh, this one didn't have much either. Surely we have some gas, right? Surely we got some gas. Surely we got Are we out of gas? What? Water. Gas. 0.7 of it. Point 0.3. Excellent. We made it to 1 liter of gas. 1.1. Seventy 77% gas and 23% oil. I'm sure that's fine. Dude, this car is going to crash by accident. It's so over if one thing goes wrong. What do you have? Water. I don't want this. Wow, you have oil, water, and diesel. That's crazy. What do you have? Oil. What do you have? Water. Huh? Why? What? Just water? Okay. That'll have to do, I guess. Hey, man. Hey, Shirkwan, man. What's going on? Jeez. Dude, you got a steam machine! Hell yeah, man. Heatwave finally over? Yeah, we have one now. We have one here now. It's great. Nice. Now, if we can just get a front frame that isn't rusted off the wazoo, this is the next one. The 4.5 Ico machine. Out of piss, so I'm gonna be right back really quick. Excellent. We're good to go. Huh. I saw a meme about... Dude, even the interior! What the hell? Saw a meme being like, bro, why is England still a thing? The Beatles disbanded. What's the point? What is their purpose? I'm like, dude, true, man, lol. Very lol. Well, I suppose we're just gonna have to accept the terms and conditions. My frames? Oh. This thing has no dash. At all. Lamau. Maybe fix this. I like how these are not rusted at all. Compared to the rest of the car. Do I need the radio? You know what? I'm taking this. Oh, come back. No, where are you? Excuse me? Oh, okay. Now! It even sounds different. Oh, because it's a new engine. What this sound is? Yo, it's zooming. Oh my god. Hell, this is the wrong way. Oh, this thing has awful brakes. Does it need better cooling? Wait, what? What is this? Improper fuel oil mix. Oh. Oh, it's gone. Guys, what is this sound? Oh god. Oh my god. What is... This Bugatti? Bro, it's too fast. Why are you coming fast? I don't have a rear view. Oh, honestly, we don't even need it. Oh my god, this engine might be too much. I'm not even on the gas. I'm not even on the gas. It's trying to slow down, man. It's trying. Oh god. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, Jude. Where are we? Whoa! Where? We're still at 140. It ain't slowing down. Let's get the... Holy smokes. Who died? And why? I can't control this car if I hit the gas. It's too much. Look! It goes over its own limitations as far as the speedometer. What engine is this, man? Oh my god. Are we there yet? I don't know. I'm scared. I'm scared, man. This car is too fast. Why are you coming fast? Bro, dude. What do I do? This car actually is too fast. This is the night mix with Aiko. This is the night mix with Aiko. Never mind, it's not loading. I know what to do in these situations. X is out of this program. It's still playing music even though I closed it out. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Isn't that fun? There we go. H. Brown, you are dead. What you do? Oh, you put the O. That O is illegal, man. That is illegal. Please do not use the umlaut, or you will be dead. Please don't. Wow, this is so loud. Do not umlaut. No. Dude. Oh my goodness. Now what you said? Oh, the night mix. So, time to umlaut and fall asleep with this podcast. Hello everybody, welcome to the podcast here today. This is not podcast music. It really isn't. Welcome to the podcast here today.
Dick.
Madik! Stop the car! Oh! Just killed a man. What does this sound mean? I actually think the rotations of the What are my glasses, please? Good morning, Night City! Yesterday's body count was a solid and sturdy 30. Hello? Do you hear him? Do you hearing him, this guy? Rush B! What? Zelda! Nice. Nice. Hello? Okay. This is improvement, I think. This right here, I think, is improvement. What you? Hello? That's a lot of books. That right there's a lot of books and storage. But what I'm looking at, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. Whoa! Why? Wait, does this do... What the hell? What the hell? Where's Genie? Wait, it glows. Why is it glowing? What the? Why is it so dirty? Hello? This is crazy. Ooh. You gonna go blind? Doing that? I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be just fine. Oh, there's window. What's up, skins? Skins. Bro, I don't know why it's glowing. I don't know nothing. But check this out right here. Oh. Yeah, dude. Oh. Very crazy. Oh, I was going here. Hello? Hello? Your tires seem to be clipping through your seat. It's a personal upgrade, alright? And it's pretty good. You ain't even seen the power. What the hell? There's a door inside of my fridge. Why the hell there's a door in my fridge? Alright, what do we got going here? I don't think that's gonna fix it. I need a door. I need an extra door. Can you clean? Excellent. Alright. Let's go check the rest of the house. Or whatever the hell this is. I thought it was a mansion, but I can't tell anymore. Lol. What did that... What was... Ooh, hello. You're a pea shooter. I don't even want you. I don't even want you, man. You're just a pea shooter. Now you are not a pea shooter. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, there's so much cleaning stuff. Hello? What's that? Oh, gas. 10 liters. What are you? Ooh, gas. 2 liters. Alright, alright. Oh, okay. You don't even want to go. Water. Empty. Let's take some more gas. Keep on rolling. What do you have? Blood. Okay. Wow. That's crazy. Wow, that's crazy. Hello? And why? Hello? Okay. I cannot do nothing, not even sit. Whoa. It's not glow no more. Hello? I'm taking this with me. Come on. Come on. Okay. Sorry, I'm not Climberman. What's behind this door? Oh, sorry. Don't want to interrupting you. You have a good day, man. And this door. There's more red. What's that? What are you? Oh, jeez. That's disgusting. Oh! Big and strong. Excuse me, please. Sorry about that. Oh, yeah. Hello? Oh, sorry. It's close to midnight, and something evil's lurking from the dark. Ha! Okay. My muscles, man. Strong. Alright, I'll put this in here. That's my new prized possession. Now this replacing here? This or no? Yes! What's your guess? Not good. But how many liters it's got? This thing burns fuel, though. Hello? Okay. Okay. Why you have to be mad? It's only game. Alright, there's only 1% of oil in my fuel tank. Me, personally, I think that's a decent amount. Oh, man. Oh, man. Lol. That's the name of my old Mumble server? What you mumble? Wrong way. Dude, I don't think the car can handle the engine. It's That sounds like the tires are struggling, or the wheels are struggling to hit the rotations. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Come on, man. Why is people under 18 banned? Because I'm old. Because I'm an old coot. And I ain't dealing with no whippersnappers. You understand me? You're 13? Awesome! Goodbye! Anybody else 13 in chat? I love that they just... Oh, man. Oh, Jesus. I was 13. Yeah, me too. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Oh. Oh! Yo, chill. Yo, chill! Okay. This car is okay. Yo, these tires are gonna, like, pop off. Why is bump? Why is bomb pink? $30. Lord, you're so old, Juvia. You are so old. The rule of thumb here is just don't share your age. And then everything's fine. Don't share your real name. Don't share your age. This is the internet. We don't gotta know. We really don't. To be fair, I consider just like making it okay. The stream, like disabling the 18 or whatever rule. But bro, dude, man, dude, bro, stop these bump. No. You appeal like this hooligan. You don't share your real name or Juvia will keep doxing you even though you tell him not to. It's okay, I had a very long talk with him in direct messages. Joe the Lion 26. He will never say it ever again. I wish blurred thumbnails could be separated from a stream being 18 plus. You know what? I kind of agree. I wish it was a thing that you can just toggle. Because not every stream I do is 18 plus. I don't do a lot of 18 plus streams at all. I just feel like... You know... We have this conversation often. But to me... At my age... I just think it's weird for me to be around people They're that much younger. Regardless of what the interaction is, I think it's weird. That's all. Back in high school, it was weird if you were hanging out with people. If you were a senior, it was weird that you were hanging out with a junior. So, I apply this logic, but the rule of fives, or a decade. Very specific thing to me. I don't think it's much is lost for the whole of Twitch by merging the two. No, I agree. I agree. I can see the logic behind it, though. My name is not Molly. That is very true. Her name is not Molly. And how do you all feel about this, knowing that? Did you guys know Yulin's name is not actually Yuland? Her name is Senpai, isn't it? It is. And Yulin's real name is Lum. It's not? Okay. This is more of a like a very streamer-esque question. How? Let me think of how to ask this question. I guess the simpler method to ask this question is, are you guys more used to your real name or your internet username? You could say both, that's fine too. I'm just wondering if there's, you know? Internet. Both. He wouldn't make a Beastmaster Hunter named Zuland. What? That's a beautiful name. My pseudonym. Both. I'm kind of 50-50 as well, but I'm certainly more used to hearing people say Aiko or Koyo. More gas. More gasoline. This thing burns fuel. God Lord. Oh Lord me. Oh Lord me. Oh Lord me. Oh Lordy me. Oh, goodbye, water. Oh. Oh. Give me this, man. You go here or no? Why you go nothing? Alright, I think this engine is literally gonna like, we're gonna run out of gas. If we don't just fill the tank. And even that, we need, like, extras. What do you think it burns? Air ol? No. It's just obliterating the fuel tank. What am I in a... What am I, in a Mustang? No, I want it to be Molly. Yeah, that's quite a reality shatterer. Shatterer? Sharterer? Shart? Reality. Reality is lemons and the internet's my lemonade. Reality is lemons and the internet's my lemonade. Speaking to strangers online is my favorite... How does the song go? Hello, they don't have OG burnt rice, Sean Wasabi? Am I crazy or what? Sean Wasabi. Yeah. 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 Sean Wasabi. Oh, sweet Jesus. I literally did. Dude, literally, dude. Okay. Like, frick this. Look, it's... The RPMs cannot compete. What can I even do about that? Like, literally nothing, right? Nothing. Oh, Koenigsegg, that is very nice car. Bugatti? Honestly, frick Bugattis. Bugatti's more like stupides. Molly since 2007. That's pretty true. That's true, and that's pretty true. Yeah. I don't even have to put my foot on the gas. And it goes faster than like the last 3 cars. Hold on. Oh, man. Here we go again. What's happening? It doesn't want to... Sure, play this. Sure. So, am I wrong? Ryer. Not Juvie, but Ryer. Then I don't think we would be friends. Because I don't like that name. I really just don't. More gas! Ho ho! What? Hello? Oh, empty. Empty. What? How? Lol, lol, look at this guy.
This is fun. Run, little squirrel, run.
No, I don't think I will run. I actually don't think I will. What you gonna do? You're gonna do nothing. You're stuck there, man.
I'm just trying to rip off your face.
What a loser. Onward. $2024. I'm in ICO since 2021, which is record breaking, which means that Coil Red only was my name for 2 years or 3, 2.5. I think I could actually check. Burger. Checking right now. Yeah, 2021, May 6, 2021, Core Red ended and became Ico. Which means... Wow. It doesn't even feel right. I feel like I was Koro for way longer. So Core Red lasted from 2019 until 2021. Or is it 18? No, 2018 to 2021. So 4 years. Can't be. Yes. I met you as Koyo Red. But we met before COVID, Juvi. Oh, 2019. I see, yeah. 2018, Koyo Red started, because the Red Party Hat was 2017 and like early 2018. Then I became Koyo Red. At some point in 2018. And all the way to 2021. So it was about 4 years, which means Ico has now... I don't change my name as often as I thought, man. The meme just happened because of Kisarol's The Red Party Hat, Koyo Red, into Ico. It's been 5 years. More than 5 years, because that was May. Dude, I love this song. Reminds me of Poland, because I heard it on... the music video played on Polish TV. 5 years. So 5 years ago, Koyo Red died. Koyo Red died, but everyone still calls me Koyo. Most people. Aside from the ones that tried, but gave up because everyone else called me Koyo. Now, if I said, don't call me Koyo, and call me Ico, things probably would have changed. Things would have been different. Roaming Elephants still calls me Red. So it's okay. I say still, but I haven't seen Roaming in 4 years. Sag. I have friends who still refer to me as Devi. I've got maybe 3 people who still call me Red. Because Koyo... You know, why didn't I just do that with Ico? Because the reason I went Koyo Red is because it kept Red, which is what people called me. So Koyo was the new name that people started calling me, but it was also Red, which is to keep the name. Why didn't I do something like that with Ico? Probably because I just wanted to leave the character behind. I still have the picture he drew for me right here. The only decoration I have in my room. I also have it. It's not like on anything. I had to take it down, but... because we were painting the walls. But I still have it. I do still have it. Up until 2022. Oh. Something should just send me flying at this guy right now. I don't like how quiet it is. I hung out a lot with Roaming Squish and Desu till like 5 a.m. in VR chat. I wonder how many people still hang out. I assume Squishy and Roaming still do. I don't know about Desu. Dream Shelter doesn't hang out at all anymore. At least not the... Like, 2 of them maybe do. The start to Cloud Ripper. Whoa. Lord! Those roaming drawings are relics. Truly. But also, roaming has so many people's addresses. Unless they moved. So he has my old one. Yo, move, man. You want me to run you over, man? You want this?
Run.
Is there 2 of them?
One has to die sometimes. Why not now? Don't.
Trying to rip off your face and use it as my own. Yeah, I wonder where I put my brain.
What? Dude. But it's a rust bucket. Dude. No. This is the first time we see this car. The long drive rust. Body restoration. There's gotta be a way, right? A wire brush. We can restore it. We can restore it. I think we do it. Roaming and Squish still hang out sometimes. I talked with Squishy for a bit last year. Well, I know Roaming still does the Safari World, so... Is this the same engine? Where is your... Oh, God. Okay. Okay, hold on. They're the same exact quality. Good night, Mr. Gubert. Oh. You know, hold on. I really hope this is just the water and the oil isn't like... No, okay. Wait, do I even have... Is there any gas around? Oh no. Please. Diesel! Hmm. Hmm. Will this even work? Only the best. We'll test this out really quick. Do that much. Now hold on. Okay, so no diesel. Understood. Which I didn't think it would work, but, you know, sometimes you just gotta be sure. Oh, wait. Oh! Why you break? Excellent. My frames. My frames. Hey, you have gas? All. All. Empty. All. There's gotta be a way I can, like... Oh. 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 Can I remove these chairs or no? Okay. There's gotta be an easier way to, like, move fuel, dude. Oh my god, a siphon hose. At the starting area, there's a... Oh no. Oh no. Just on it. What even is this? This is heartbreaking. There's not a boat nearby. Oh, hello. No, it's just... Please guess. No! Let me. Hello? Yes! Yes! $76 liters. I just sneezed so hard that I saw God. And he said, Aiko, you are a burger. Please be gas. Okay. The Uber Koyo car. I have so many saves. I like how the rims are so, like, good quality. Oh, snap. Why? And why? Oh. Huh? What's... No. Stop. What? Okay, disgusting man. What am I? Just grounded? Alright, we gotta be fast. We gotta be fast. If we just find a boat, this is the wrong way. Dude. Everything's... Oh, is that a boat? I think we go. But what if I lose the road? Go to boat. If I just don't turn... This should be a breeze. Oh, this is kind of far. I don't know how hard it's gonna be to see the oh god, I already lost it. All we need to know is that we have to turn around. Man, this boat's kind of far. If this doesn't have the fuel we need, we're cooked. It's so far. What is that? Okay. Oh! Easy way to slow down. All calculated. Oh. Hey, what's up, Damon? Hey, Damon, what's going on? We need gas. Empty. Diesel. Gas, oil, diesel. Empty. 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 Gas and oil. Really? It's gonna be like this? There's more to look, but just in case. Empty. Wow, there's a lot. Surely one of these is just gas. What is that? Hello? Okay, goodbye. Yes! Yes! Oh, heavy. Very, very heavy. Okay. There's a UFO. I remember Wayne. I remember. I was gonna say we can use the leftover and just like put it into the fuel tanks, the fuel canisters. This is 76. We won't even have enough to. Oh, brother, this is so slow. Didn't it only have like 58? Excellent. Empty. All. No. Gas. Any minute now. How many scrubbing brushes am I gonna have to use to even clean this? All right. 76 liters. Uh We arrived from... Yeah, somewhere around here. I hope. I should turn this way a bit because... I think I'm thinking wrong. Didn't I drive towards it from the front? Dude, stop! I would say it's nicer to drive this way, but... The grass isn't even spawning in. Oh no. Oh no. Uh... Dude, screw it. We have too many saves. Let's do... Oh no. Is that the road? Why did the grass disappear? I really thought it would be as simple as... I've never seen this building before in my life. The boat has despawned. Oh no, it's right there. Wait. I can't even check the Oh, it's just, I just have to publish it. It won't let me. Oh no. The boat is right there. We didn't go that far. Wait, is that the tower that we drove past? The radio tower? I hate how the road things, the lights, they don't render in until you're right next to them. This is a fitting song. Okay. Assuming this is the one, then we gotta go this way. And dodge every single rock. Hello? What was that? Where are you going? I'm trying to find the road. I want to get fuel for car. Don't hit the rock. Don't hit the rock. What was this light? Could that be the road? I think that's still the road. Or is it the rocks? No, it's like further over there. I think those are lights. Maybe road? Dude, there's no way the boat was this far away. I don't know. This is a fatal mistake. Dude, you're hungry? Dude, I'm in the middle of the desert. Eat some damn rocks. We there yet? I think we're GG's. This is max draw distance. You tried Wendy's recently? Now hold on. What did you try at Wendy's? Okay. I think I can rally a guess what your opinion is, but now I want to know what did you think? What in the world? Where boat? Wait, thank you. Okay, so the double cheeseburger was the same as the one from McDonald's, so nothing special, and the fries were just not good. Frosty was annoying because no straw. Okay. It's kind of what I was expecting. Now, you know, normally everyone's like, dude, the Wendy's burgers are the best. Dude, Wendy's burgers are made fresh. I don't really go to Wendy's for burgers. I go to Wendy's for chicken sandwiches. But yeah, that's pretty accurate regardless. What time did you get them? Because I would say normally Wendy's fries are pretty decent. Two weeks ago? I mean, I meant like the actual hour of the day. Not that's just doesn't really matter. Aside from maybe like if you got it at like midnight, then yeah, I suppose the fries. 5 p.m. Okay. Interesting, but honestly fair. Yeah, I don't like Wendy's burgers. Everyone's always like telling me how Wendy's burgers are so good. I'm like, I go for chicken sandwiches. I don't. We're just not gonna get any oil or any gas this time. Crazy. Whatever. I approached... Maybe it was this way. Guy took forever, like, picked it up, then they spun in the parking lot for 10 minutes. So fries weren't, like, hot fresh. I really like, limpy, greasy fries from McDonald's or big-ass steak fries. Normally, I would say I really like Wendy's fries, but... I mean... I like overly salted fries, which Wendy's typically has. I'm like a freak for overly salted food. It's bad. Or I was. I really haven't had fast food in a while. Okay. Grass. Guys, this might be it. We might find the road. I see it. I see the road. We're so back. I sacrificed a full tank. Okay, slow your roll. Slow your roll before we lose the road again. Alright. That really almost sucked. That almost literally sucked, but we have acquired. This isn't even the Eichelmobile because it has nothing but the engine. So, this cannot be the Eichelmobile anymore. Not a single part of this except for the tires. Wait, the tires. Which have been in every single Eichelmobile since. Hey, welcome back, Wolfie. We have acquired a new car. I would say fair though. I think your take on Wendy's is pretty fair. They also fell off pretty drastically since COVID, in my opinion, but for me the fall off is actually with the chicken sandwiches compared to the fries. The fries have been fine for me. I'm a chicken sandwich fiend, so usually I go to places where I think the chicken sandwiches are bomb. Burger King fell off. Terrible chicken sandwiches. Wendy's, like, they fell off, but whatever. Chick-fil-A is just the unfortunate proper decision these days. I haven't had Chick-fil-A in 4 years. Is this the extended version of the song? Is this about to be 7 minutes of the song? Don't get me wrong, love the song. Do I really need to listen to 7-minute version of it? No. Not really. Oh my god, finally no grass. What's your favorite, fast food place, Yuland? Is rock or building? Is building. Please have brush. Please have a brush. McDonald's? Oh. I can never agree with that, but my experience with McDonald's has been terrible for a decade. So... I need the sunlight. I like shakes like fries. No, you're probably valid. It's just here or within the tri-state area. Every single McDonald's I've had in the past 14 years has made me sick. It's just unlucky. Hey! What he is? You hear this, the aliens? Where they're going? Where? Diesel. Vin Diesel. Diesel. Ooh! We tried this. No. Give me. Oh wait, no, it's literally the one, but... No, give me. No, no! Hello, please? I'm sorry, can I not replace... It's not even the same one. My bad. Your more mistake, my mistake, bruv. Alright, we gotta find a brush. You got the brush in here? Please? Yes! Dude. Oh my goodness. I missed. The car's red, man. More brush anywhere? Please. Please brush. Please, please. Please. Please brush. Hello? Please? No? Go for... What are you? Oh my god, a compass. Hold on to that. Oh. Oh. Guys. Oh my goodness. What do you have? Wait, is the interior clean now? We'll have to check. Oh, hello. Okay. Wow. Well, this would only help if we're going for another, Wait, can I do collision off? Yeah, but what if that breaks it? Nice! And the interior! Oh, wow. All right. Back to it. So we're heading, like, west. Obviously not all the time, because these turns get ridiculous. This is such a nice car. I can't wait for it to explode. We might just take this car to the end. Depending on how long the end is, and if it can withstand... I don't know, man. I don't know. But what I do know, there's another building on the way. What is that? Oh, that's the... It's the traffic stop, but it's not on the... what's going on here? Explodes? Raspy! Raspy Cobra. What's going for you today? Why is Blue Bus? Hey, you like my car? What are you thinking this? Hello? I am approved, thank you, thank you. So many work this. So many work, man. Hello? Many miles, kilometers, too much, man. It's too much work. And why? It's exploding now, and what? No car. No car. Hello? What is this? Hello? Bro, who got the toilet? Oh god, am I dead? Never mind. Very good. We cleaning. Where? You. Yeah. Okay. I driving here. Oh god, it's so bright. It's actually blinding. We have to stay here. Alright, onward. 110 kilometers an hour. We have to lower that. I can't control this car from this speed. Oh, hello. I really don't like this grass, and it would be very nice if the green was going away. Please. Oh god. Don't spin out, please, and don't flip. Come on. Oh, we're gonna hit the brakes a little bit here, because this car, This car ain't... Oh, God. Don't hit the rock! Okay. Very good. What is my speed? We're going over 120. I can't... Hello, music? What are you? What are you? What is this? Okay. It's stabilized. It gone and stabilized, and this is good news. Good news for who? Just for me, I guess. Everyone wants this journey to fail, but I'm not going to let it fail this time. How are we gonna get to Wendy's if this car fails? What is that? This mention? Please don't be mentioned again. Please no. Holy smokes! It broke! Hit the brakes! Can you please go on the road? Oh, it's over there. No, this time I ain't drifting from no roads. We got good fuel. We had good fuel. Wow. Are you serious? I ain't even stepping on the gas that much. No, stop. I mean, it literally does... You don't even have to step on the gas, because the car... Okay. No, counter steer. Counter steer! Excellent. Oh, what are you, this car? What is this? Wait, it looks so... I mean, we're not switching off, but... It looks cozy, man. I like it. Who left this here? Hello? Excuse me? Hello? Who left this car? And why? The hell are you for? Oh. Yeah, that's good stuff right there. What are you? Guess? We're kind of okay for now. I say, but... How much fuel has it already used up? It was at 58. Oh, wait, what? Oh, that's fine. I thought it already burnt out like 10, 15 fuel. No, that didn't. It was at 58. That's because we don't have it filled this time in comparison. That's what it is. We already traveled 20 kilometers. Not bad. Where am I? This is a different, like... No, it's just skybox. Pretty sure that's just a skybox. Yeah. Those things not real. Don't crash. Don't. Don't! Eh, could've been worse. I would say we have to test this car.
Dig.
Why you said this? Excuse me, why you... Oh, you're going sleep. Oh, okay, good night, man. Hey, good night, man. Thanks for hanging out, appreciate it. Sooner or later, we'll get there, right? Sooner or later, man. Oh, God. Okay, I'm flying now. Slow down. Slow down, please. One more for good measure. No.
What are you looking for, huh? Come here. My legs are not so good, so please stop. I want to take a look at you.
Hey, good night, man. I think we're also gonna call it here in just a moment. Let's check out the area at least, see what's going on. Ooh, hello. Ooh, gas. Goodbye, my friends. Oh, dude. Let's get some more gas. What's going on here? Oh. Hello. Is this gonna be... This one might actually be better. I need, like... Let's see really quick. Huh? You are also 10 liters. This one just looks more promising. Oh god. I'm sure that's fine. Alright. Nice upgrade. Let's get this out of the way. Oh. Hello? It never lets me move these things. And put away. Alright. The Uber Koyo car. Looking good. Alright, ladies and gents. That is it for me today. My brain become jello. My brain is jello. So let me send you guys over to someone streaming out here. Let me send you guys over to a streamer. Excuse me, I'm trying to conclude my stream. Please stop doing that. Well, guys, before I go, remember to follow my social, join the Discord, and download the story. I'd greatly appreciate that. Remember to eat for free, worship people, the jazz. I will be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST. I don't know, we might continue this game. We might continue this video game right here. There are just no other games that I'm tempted to play, to be honest. But we shall see. Next week, we will probably start Final Fantasy number 20. So look forward to that. And I'm seeing you guys over to Chris. Chris is currently playing VR Chat, everybody's favorite video game streaming thing of all time. You know, logically, if I just raid you into VR Chat, then I don't have to stream myself. Amazing. All right, I'm out. GG's. Yeah, yes, no, absolutely, yeah. That's exactly how it works. So, thanks for it out, GG's, and I'm out of here. Yeah, peace.